Good afternoon and welcome to what will hopefully be a sunnier day at the Lexus British Open here at Roehampton. The first match here on Court 1 will be David Caverzaschi taking on top seed Alfie Hewett. For the coin toss, please welcome Matan onto the court. Matan is 13 years old and has been playing tennis weekly with the Tim Henman Foundation at Paddock School. Matan and all his friends here today have really enjoyed these sessions. To the right of the umpire's chair is Daniel Caverzaschi. Daniel is 31 years old and from Spain. He is the 5th seed here at Roehampton and currently at a career high ranking of 7th in the Uniqlo Wheelchair Tour rankings. Daniel has won a total of 36 singles titles across his career and was a quarter-finalist at Roland Garros last month. Let's hear it for Daniel Caverzaschi. And on the left-hand side of the umpire's chair is Alfie Hewett. Alfie is 27 years old and from Great Britain. He is currently ranked second in the Uniqlo Wheelchair Tennis Tour rankings, but is a top seed at the Lexus British Open this week. Alfie is supported by the LTA Wheelchair Performance Pathway Elite Programme. He is a 10-time Grand Slam singles champion, including his latest Australian Open title at the start of this year. Please give a warm welcome to Alfie Hewett. I'll now hand you over to Chair Umpire Alexandra. Enjoy the match.
Balls that side?
You know that we changed the ball to 5 minutes, right?
5 minutes?
Yeah, because we have a 10 minutes break, warm up. Okay?
Okay.
And we're like
Also off.
minute and a half till then, so I announce 5 minutes.
Okay.
So we prepare to collect all the balls and we put the new ones.
So balls after 5 minutes?
Yeah,
Okay.
we change them, we first prepare them in the back, so
Yeah.
as soon as you open you see both hands
Cool.
with the buttons on. 5 minutes. New balls, please. We change them. Do you have any with you? Change. 5-minute change. Yeah, so they'll be fresh for the match. There you go. you toss it to the chair? 3 minutes.
You didn't put any new ones out.
No, we changed all of the goals for you. Shouldn't be all. Sorry, can you press the phone?
And we have 6 as well in play.
Oh yeah, it does look different. Let's see.
Yes.
Okay. Yep, sure. Maybe something went wrong. There's an old ball for some reason, even though I opened them just now. Two minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, this match will be played in the best of 3 tiebreak sets. To the left of the chair, Alfie Hewett won the toss, elected to receive. One minute. Thirty seconds. So he's purple.
Mhm.
Okay.
Do you have one more towel as well, or?
Yeah, there is. We want to call for a third.
And the form up.
Yeah, awesome.
Do you want another towel?
Yeah, I would, actually. Thank you. I'll be the green one. Green? Okay.
Can we have one more towel per player?
Well, a very warm welcome back to day 4 here at the Lexus British Open Roehampton. We've had a great first day yesterday, blistering hot weather, slightly different conditions today, but it was a great day for the Brits. 6 out of 9 British tennis players through to the quarterfinals here, and plenty more British players in action today. And first up, it's none other than Alfie Hewett. Anna Smith alongside me. Anna,
Present.
you looking forward to watching Alfie once again today?
Caverzaschi to serve.
Out.
Love 15. all.
This is a rivalry that goes back to 2010. We were discussing a little bit earlier. They actually haven't played that much, but it's interesting. They'll know each other well. They've obviously seen each other around. But it'll be interesting to see how they fare up against each other today on the grass. They played a couple of weeks ago at the Queen's Club at the HSBC Championships in an exhibition.
Pot. Pot. 30 all.
Yeah, it was 6-2, 6-1. The Brit took it.
Forty, 30. Deuce. Let first service. Advantage, Caverzaschi.
Brilliant mid-court forehand from Alfie Hewett.
Deuce.
The first forehand winner of the day for the British number one. World number two, just behind Tokito Oda.
Advantage, Hewett. Deuce. Advantage, Caverzaschi.
Yeah, it's a blistering backhand winner from
Deuce.
Hewett. It's a shot that he really improved at yesterday in his win over Egberink. Took him 3 sets to do so, but yeah, that was a shot that was performing very well towards the latter stages of the third set yesterday.
Out. Advantage, Caverzaschi. Out. Deuce. Out. Advantage Hewett. Deuce.
Poor start yesterday. Hewitt will definitely be looking to try and change things around in this match against Caverzaschi. The Spaniard also coming through a tight 3-setter yesterday as well.
Advantage Hewett. Pot. Wait, please. Deuce. Advantage Caverzaschi.
Yeah, it's beautiful from Alfie Hewett, turning defence into attack.
Deuce.
Gets the forehand into play eventually, and that's the shot that does the damage. Beautifully placed final shot into the open court. And we're back at deuce. Opening game lasting well over 10 minutes now.
Advantage Hewett.
There we go. Return winner to seal the deal in a very lengthy
Game
opening game,
Hewett.
that one.
First
does that
game.
Potentially have what we're looking at for the rest of the match, that length of that first game?
Well, I mean, it depends on whose side you are, but that was a good game for Hewitt to come through. As I said, like a little bit more intensity he started this match with, I think. It just seems to be a little bit more on the front foot, being a bit more aggressive.
Yeah, it's definitely something we made a point of yesterday, wasn't it? That he didn't quite look himself. He looked a bit flat. We didn't know whether that was the heat playing a factor in terms of he wanted to save energy because he knew that maybe that match was going to go the distance. But today he's definitely come out, full of energy.
Yeah, and I think these conditions are very much different. Obviously, it's a lot cooler today, a lot more cloud coverage.
Alfie Hewett to
Conditions
serve.
are maybe playing a little bit heavier as well, so he's got to be a little bit more aggressive.
Out.
Up
Lot
against
15.
the left-handed Caverzaschi today, posing different challenge to what Egbrink was putting in front of Hewett yesterday.
Pretty good return.
Yeah, very, very
Love
strong
30.
return off a good first serve as well. Had some pace on it.
That's a shot that he plays so well. Just able to disguise it, hold it till the last second.
15-30.
I think that's going to be a crucial serve as well for Hewett today. That slice serve out wide, obviously playing a lefty, it's always moving away. So it's going to be really hard just getting him on that stretch.
$15.40.
So having fought
Game,
so hard in that
Caverzaschi.
opening game, that
One
long
game all.
opening game, over 10 minutes it was. Hewett falls in his opening service game, so we're back level at 1 game all. But it's interesting, do you think, so often we see in the lefty-righty matchups that, the lefty forehand going high into the backhand, especially the one-hander that Alfie has, do you think that's an area that Caverzaschi can really look to punish Hewett on, or is that maybe not so much because of Hewett's such strong backhand skills?
Out.
I think it's going
Love
to be a little bit
15.
of... I mean, it depends a little bit how much height he does get. But Alfie does like playing that high backhand. He's able to generate so much spin, and he's so strong off the forehand or the backhand side. You could already see there Caverzaschi was
15
trying
all.
to look to pull it up to the backhand, and Alfie didn't really have too many problems with it. But we know that the Spaniard's got to be aggressive.
It's definitely
30-15.
a way to describe the Spaniard, isn't it? Aggressive, wants to play a lot of his tennis inside the baseline.
I think it's dangerous. So when he's serving, if he's not able to get that slider into the
30 all.
body, we talked about it a lot yesterday, didn't we? About that's a good play, but if you don't get it into that right spot, it just goes into that forehand slot of Alfie Hewett.
Fault. Out. 30-40.
So for the third straight game, we see break points.
Out.
Oh, it's just been called wide. He looks to his coach just to get confirmation.
Deuce.
I didn't see a puff of chalk, and that's normally the deciding factor, isn't it, on the grass courts?
Gets his luck there though.
Advantage Hewett. Out. Game. Hewett.
Just a little too much on that
Hewett
final
leads
forehand from
2 games to
Caverzaschi.
1. First set.
And Hewett regains the lead here in this opening set. 2 games to 1, the Brit leads. I mentioned at the start that this rivalry goes back many years, but they've actually only played 4 times already. Of course, the exhibition a couple of weeks ago, but that doesn't count because it doesn't count towards the rankings. It wasn't a tour match, but it's funny how you can be on tour for so long, these guys, yet actually not meet in that many matches.
Yeah, and especially when you look at some of the other rivalries that we've kind of talked about off air. You look at Yui and Dida and the amount of times. There's 64 matches that they've played. That's an insane number. I mean, all of these players know each other's games inside out. Most of it just comes down to who can execute on the day.
Time.
Been talking to his box a lot more today than he was yesterday. He's very understated. He's a bit more chatty with them.
Although you might not play each other
15
that
love.
much, you obviously, there's a lot of chatter that goes on around week on week. They're following each other around the world, and they often, I imagine the Brits share tactics with each other more so than they would with the other nationalities.
You would think so. But I mean, all of these guys will practice together at various tournaments and things like that, so there won't be any secrets.
Just going for a little too
Dart
much
15.
there. That was going to be a very tough shot to execute. The ball coming in from Caverzaschi stayed very low.
Pot.
Excellent
30 all.
shot from Caverzaschi. It's the backhand of the Spaniard doing the damage. It's normally Hewett who we see backhand winners from.
Great disguise there on the drop shot. Normally we're so used to seeing him rip that ball
40,
cross court.
30.
Just change the grip at the last second.
Game.
Very, very good hold.
Hewett.
From 30 all, it was looking
Hewett
like
leads
Caverzaschi
3 games
might
to 1. First
get
set.
the third successive break of the match, but Hewett fights off and extends his lead to 3-1 in this opening set.
Let first serve. Out.
Do you think the
15 love.
the court's interesting? I didn't get a chance to watch their match at Queen's the other week, but how much? Yes, it may still be a grass court, but grass courts can still differ in how they play a lot, right? So interesting to see how much that will play a difference.
I think also the weather conditions as well, just in comparison to yesterday
15
from
all.
today as well. Obviously, we spoke about how hot it was. The grass courts are going to be a little bit harder, a bit firmer. The ball's going to kick up a lot more, whereas today it's a little bit cooler, slightly heavier. The ball's going to stay a little bit lower, so it's going to be more receptive to the slice and the drop shot.
Do you think that favours one player today, or do you think
15-30.
it kind of depends on how they come out in with their game style and what sort of tactics they're going to put out there?
I think maybe it favours Hewett a little bit more, just in terms of he's got a little bit more time to be aggressive, and we've really seen in these opening 4 games just how much more he's willing to be on the front foot.
Pot.
Clever slice. Didn't have too much pace on it, but just took it so early. I think that
15-40.
was the thing that was so important in that shot.
Wait,
And
please.
everyone always thinks that when you're trying to be aggressive, you've got to attack with power, but you can use that precision, you can take time away from your opponent, and that's one thing that Alfie is so good at.
Very good angle found from Caverzaschi.
30-40.
I think the coach caught side of Alfie just saying, just close the net down there. Is that what you'd probably
Deuce.
suggest doing when you have, hit that first volley and it hasn't end up being as good as you were hoping for? It's like, well, just close the net down, see what you can do, or do you just guess?
I mean, it's a tough one, isn't it? You're sort of bluffing. I think
Advantage.
it's also tough
Hewett.
as well because they're more susceptible to the lob, so the further in they close, the opponent just has to push a little one over their head, and it's really tough to get back for it. So you almost just have to pick one way, force the opponent to go to the other corner.
Incredible from Alfie Hewett.
Game.
Really, really
Hewett.
impressive start. Much
Hewett leads
Different
4
to the
games to
start we
1.
saw from him
First.
yesterday. He is definitely putting things right out here as Caverzaschi really struggled to get the movement right for that final shot there. You could see him just falling into the back fence there.
And that's just how far Hewett's just pushing him back. Doesn't really know what to do, does he? He's trying to soak up the pressure, but as soon as you let Hewett just step inside that baseline, it's pretty much point over.
Yeah, but a much better start to what we saw yesterday, wasn't it? As I was just saying, I think the energy's there, the pace of the ball is better. Wonder what words he had with his coach last night.
I'm sure there might have been a few strong words. Because you said it feels like it's been sort of night and day compared to yesterday. You don't want to harp on too much about it, but he definitely felt flat. It didn't feel like the Alfie Hewett that we have come to know in terms of the aggression. He's always so proactive. Almost felt like he was kind of waiting for the egg brink errors yesterday, but today completely different scenario. He's been really looking to be aggressive, especially with that forehand.
Well, that's exactly why they play these tournaments, isn't it? In the build up to the biggest ones of the year, of course, the Grand Slams and the Super Series events. This is an ITF 1 Series event, so it's still very much an important event for them on the calendar, but it is very much a warm-up tournament for Wimbledon, isn't it?
Most definitely as well, and obviously Alfie Hewett played an exhibition match last week, but this is his first proper tournament on the grass leading into next week. So this is obviously going to be the time that he's going to look to practice things and change a few tactics from what he was using on the clay. And you saw as well
Lot
before the match he
15.
was putting his heart rate monitor on, so they're trying to get a lot of data just to make sure that he's in the best shape possible going into next week.
Excellent touch from the Spaniard.
Love
Saw that
30.
right onto the strings, just feathered it across.
Fault. Love 40. Fault. Game.
Yeah, it does
Caverzaschi.
just go long. Confirmation from
Hewett
the chair.
leads 4 games to
Who-
2.
Are calling all
First.
the lines this week. No lines judges. So yeah, tough job for them. But that one did look long. So Alfie Hewett still up a break, but Caverzaschi getting just one of them back. How much of that data is crucial? I mean, what sort of data are they gathering that will be able to help them?
Fault. Fifteen love. Out. 30
Yeah,
love.
because how, I guess it does depend on sort of what your physical trainer says to do, but how hard do some of these guys go in the warm-up? Because a lot of them, I think, would go harder than a lot of people think they would, you know.
15. Out. 40-15.
Yeah.
Game. Caverzaschi.
Yeah, so an interesting
Leads
couple of
4 games
games.
to 3,
It's the
first set.
Spaniard,
New balls,
Caverzaschi,
please.
who is slowly but surely regaining some momentum here in this opening set. It's the first match of the day here on day 4 of the Lexus British Open Roehampton. Plenty of other action going on here in Roehampton, where the Wimbledon qualifying took place just a week ago. Coming up next is a very exciting matchup between Yui Kamiji and Dida de Groot. A match which we've said already is heading into its 63rd meeting between the two. Incredible how many times they've come up against each other in numerous Grand Slam finals. But for now, it's Alfie Hewett and Daniel Caverzaschi who are keeping us entertained here on centre court.
Time. New balls. Fifteen love. Out. 30 love. Forty love. Pot. Game. Hewett. Hewett leads 5 games to 3. First set. Let first serve. Fifteen love. Out. 15 all. On top. 30-15.
Oh, what a cracking return from Alfie Hewett. There's the backhand that we all love to see.
30-all.
What makes his backhand so good? I mean, it is.
He can flatten it out. He can get it up high. He can put a lot of work on the ball. It's incredible.
I think so much of it is his racket head speed that he's able to generate.
40-30.
He's able to just get it flying through the air. I think it's also just the different types of shot that he's able to hit. Like you said, he's got that really heavy topspin. He's able to use a slice, happy to use a drop shot.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because
Deuce.
I think from a non-tennis player's perspective, racket speed, you might think, oh, if I just really swipe at the ball really fast, then it's going to be a good shot. But there's so many other things. But that is really one of the key factors, isn't it? Is the speed you get.
Yeah, I think so many sort of club players who play the
Advantage,
game think,
Hewett.
the softer I hit it, the more control I'm going to get. But actually, it's completely the opposite. The way that these guys hit the ball and the spin that they generate, the speed that they're able to dip the ball, that's actually what gives them the safety. And that's why they're able to hit the ball so incredibly hard.
Out.
And it does go wide from
Game and
Caverzaschi.
first set. Hewett.
So Alfie
6
Hewett
games
off
to
to
3.
the perfect start here in Roehampton. Takes the first by 6 games to 3.
Can I have another word, please? Are you sure? I need a tab.
So while we take a quick break in this matchup, just taking a look at some of the other matches going on around the courts here in Roehampton. Lizzie de Grief up against Aniek van Koot, the second seed, an all Dutch affair. We've been impressed with the Dutch level of tennis as always this week. In fact, I mean, we talked about the incredible amount of times that Comigi and de Groot have played each other. But Aniek van Koot has actually played Comigi many more times. It's up in the 70s, which is incredible.
Yeah.
Time.
That's a lot of times playing against one person. You must get sick of the sight of each other.
Later on, Lucy Schuker will be back in action after a solid win yesterday. Her quarterfinal
Second set.
taking place on court 2, following the de
Alfie
Grief
Hewett to
van
serve.
Koot matchup. Oh, that's heavy from the Spaniard.
Lot 15. 15 all.
Another Spaniard in action at the moment. Also over on court 17, Martin de la Puente, the second seed here this week, taking on Zhen Zhuji.
Out. 30-15. Out. 40-15. Game. Hewett.
And it's a very
First
good
game,
start
second set.
for Hewett to pick things up where he left off in that previous set. Much more business-like today is the man from Norwich.
Out.
I'm
15
always so
love.
interested watching his returning position when he's looking. He's just on the prowl, isn't he? He's just like a tiger. He just wants the ball.
Out.
Yeah, definitely looks like he hunts it down more than others,
30 love.
just a little bit.
And it creates so much momentum. You just look here, he's just waiting. And all of a sudden, as soon as that ball toss goes up, he's making his move.
Not up.
Incredible hands. Every time I've seen a drop shot so far
40
this week, which has
love.
been quite a lot, I think the player is going to get there, and then after the second bounce, I always forget that it just doesn't go anywhere.
That's the beauty of grass courts, isn't it? That's why it's such an effective shot.
It literally is
Game.
dribbling by the time it gets
Caverzaschi.
to that third bounce. There is
1 game all.
almost no chance of picking it up if it does land on that second bounce. But that was a good first service game for Caverzaschi. Already performing better than he did in the exhibition at Queen's against Hewett.
Why not use
Lot
the frame
15.
and pay for the whole racket, right?
I'm not sure if these guys pay for it, but
Yeah.
may as well use it.
$15 all. $30-15.
Just makes it look so easy. He just
40,
carves under the
15.
ball.
What? With these.
very comfortable hold
Game.
there for Hewett.
Hewitt. Hewitt
Couple of drop
leads
shots,
2
couple
games
of
to 1.
nice looking
Second
forehands,
set.
powerful forehands.
By 1 set to love.
Puts him back out in front. It's an interesting one with the drop shot. You know, it's tends to be taught the way you should probably be inside the baseline when you're hitting the shot. You know, you want to get your opponent back behind their baseline before you sort of look to hit that shorter ball. Do you think that's the same for wheelchair tennis? Is it the same sort of tactical play when putting in the drop shot?
Yeah, it's definitely similar, but I think sometimes that they can use the element of surprise because obviously, you know, they've got to try and get the chair moving and change direction as well, so it makes things a little bit trickier. But I think watching the matches the last couple of days, we've seen it used at really different times, haven't we? Like you said, we've seen it the sort of the traditional way where players are inside the court and they've pushed their opponent further behind the baseline. But sometimes we've seen it where the person's been really far back and they've gone to use the element of surprise and gone for the drop shot.
Yeah, if you back yourself and, you know, you've got the hands like a lot of these guys actually do, they can probably hit that a fair few times out of 10 from behind the baseline, then that element of surprise has been, it's been working really well so far this week.
Court.
So difficult. I mean, it wasn't the prettiest shot from Hewett, but it's just the placement of it had no pace on it, so it didn't come through.
It was almost like a weird drop shot that went deep in the end. But I think going back to the drop shot, I think a lot of it is the time that you choose to play it, but then also how you cover the angles after the shot as well.
$15-all. Out.
Did well to get there
30-15.
before that third bounce, but just couldn't quite find the court.
$40-15.
Normally that backhand return is so reliable, but he's missed a few of those today. Just hasn't quite necessarily got into the rhythm. It's been a bit up and down in terms of consistency.
Pot. Out. Game. Caverzaschi. 2 games all.
Yeah, Caverzaschi has talked a lot about sort of the journey he's been on. Went to Warwick University, studied economics there, graduated, has now gone back to Spain to train at the Sanchez Casal Academy. So spends a lot of his time playing on the clay, but I think he's playing some great stuff on the grass this week.
Pot. Pot.
And the grass
Love
lets you bring
15.
out a little bit more of your flair, doesn't it? You
Yeah.
know, a lot of the times when you're playing on clay, it's about ripping big forehands and backhands. But when you get on the grass courts, you bring a bit more nuance to your game. The slices come to the fore a little bit more, the drop shots, the volleys.
Pot. Not up.
Oh, that had its fair amount of side spin on. Lovely touch from Hewett.
15
It's
all.
almost like we're seeing this drop shot every other point now. Really feeling that shot.
I suppose if it's working, why change a winning tactic?
Out. 30-15. Pot. Out. 40-15.
Oh, serve a volley. Haven't seen many of that this week.
Game Hewett. Hewett leads 3 games to 2.
Brilliant
Second set.
stuff from
One
Alfie
set to
Hewett.
half.
Still changing things up here. Even though he has got very much the winning formula today so far. Yeah, a little bit cooler today, as we said. So there are definitely a few more people out in the stands watching on, which is great to see. Just £10 a ticket for the whole week here in Roehampton. Juniors also here at the ITF Junior event before they head to Wimbledon for their Grand Slam event. They're in also quarter-final action, so yeah, getting towards the business end of both tournaments here. What are your thoughts on having both the juniors and the wheelchair event happening side by side? It's actually really nice. The atmosphere's been lovely here.
Yeah, I think it's fantastic. I think it makes such a good atmosphere. Like you say, there's so much tennis going on around the grounds. And you can just hear, just when they're warming up, all of them, there's such a noise, isn't there? They're all
Yeah.
kicking a football around, getting ready for their matches, and I think it's fantastic.
Sorry, we're putting a 6-1. Do you want to see?
Yeah, it was also signing this morning for the Wimbledon qualifying event for the juniors, so there was plenty of hopeful, hopeful young tennis players around.
At the start of their very long journey.
Yeah.
I remember being that young. It's a long time ago now.
But I mean, as a junior, it's even being here at the qualifying event, it's amazing. You know, it's incredible. We got the Wimbledon branding a lot around the place.
Out.
And you're obviously got
15 love.
Paralympians playing alongside you. It's incredible. It's an inspiration to the juniors that are here as well this week.
15 all.
Beautifully whipped forehand cross court.
15
Hewett.
30.
$15.30 now. Definitely a game that Hewett will want to take advantage of from this position. He'd be looking very good if he is to get over the line in this game.
Out.
Good change up from the Brit. Goes
15
heavy for the
40.
first couple of shots, then decides to chuck in a difficult forehand slice for the Spaniard to deal with. Brings up a couple of break points.
Out.
Well, that must have felt
30,
good for
40.
racket, though.
Yeah, looked good as well.
Hot.
Almost tried to be a little bit too cute with that
Deuce.
drop shot, didn't he?
Yeah.
It's the right play. I'm just not sure it needed to be quite that good. The Spaniard just clinging on.
Yeah, those were an important couple of points, I feel, for the Spaniard. Caverzaschi. Yeah, setting 4-2 down, I think things would look ugly. Oh, again, just turning defence into attack. He was so out of
Advantage.
court in
Hewett.
the previous shot, and then just like that, he's there ready, waiting for the forehand.
And it's just the way he reads the game as well, isn't it? You can just see him. He almost has that sixth sense. He knows where the ball's going to go.
Out. Deuce.
Caverzaschi, get out of here. That is a joke.
It gets the thumbs up from Hewett.
Advantage.
I mean, even Anna, you couldn't even see him from where you are.
No, I was literally like, there's no way he's getting this ball. And then all of a
Advantage,
sudden, the next thing I
Caverzaschi.
see is it's just flying past Alfie. Sometimes you just got to hold your hands up and say, too good.
What a get. Disbelief for Hewett. No, it's so good from the Brit. Just so quick around the court as well.
Deuce.
And it's just the way that he's able to flick the forehand as well. You think he's 100% going to go down the line, and then just at the last minute, he just wraps his racket around the ball.
Advantage
Has been
Hewett.
cutting the sideline very well today, making Caverzaschi move way into the tran lines to hit a lot of his shots. And what that does is just open up the other side of the court if the Spaniard could even get
Fault.
first back into play.
Out.
Just misses.
Game
Not by
Hewett.
far.
Hewett leads 4 games to 2. Second set.
He was just waiting, hoping for it to drop in. It had beaten Hewett, no doubt. But Hewett holds strong in that game, eventually gets the break. And he's very much in a demanding position right now. Set and 4-2.
Out. It's like this, yeah.
A result just come in
Love
from
15.
one of the outside courts. The defending champion Gustavo Fernandez getting the win over Ben Bartram, 1-3.
Fault.
Loves it. Does Alfie Hewett.
15 all.
Why do you think he's smiling at that particular one? He's played a lot of those sorts of shots today.
I think he's just enjoying himself out there, isn't he?
Bit of breathing room now as well, maybe.
A little bit. I think yesterday was tough work. Today is just more him having fun on the court.
Fault. 15-30.
Got to be careful here, though. Worked so hard to get the break in the second set. Doesn't want to hand it back.
Lovely 1-2 punch. Keeping it
30
simple
all.
for now in that point. Oh, he guesses the right way and picks him off. Very, very good
30-40.
anticipation from Caverzaschi. I mean, it's one thing guessing the right way, but you still got to hit the pass and find the gap.
Yeah, you absolutely do. No, I don't think Hewett could have hit that forehand much better.
Fault.
Oh, what a game from
Game
Daniel
Caverzaschi.
Caverzaschi. incredible,
Hewitt leads 4 games to
very
3.
strong
Second
fighting
set, and then
spirit
1
to
set
be
to
able
love.
to stick
New
in
box,
there in
please.
this set, because Hewitt was looking very, very
strong and had the healthy lead at 4-2, but it is the Spaniard who gets the break back. The winner of this one will go through to face either Gordon Reed or Dannon Ward, who face each other. In fact, right now, no score come through for that one just yet. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Obviously, Alfie and Gordon have played each other many times, but still go on to face each other in the latter stages of these big events. How tough is it when you are playing, your doubles partner, or all of a sudden you have to put that friendship aside, don't you? But they get pretty good at being able to do that.
Yeah, probably one of their closest friends on tour, isn't it? But again, they know their games inside out. They've obviously won countless Grand Slams together. They've had so much success together. But as you say, you just have to put that friendship aside, and at the end of the day, it's business. When you go onto the court, they know exactly what they need to do.
Love 15. Fifteen all.
Oh. Hope he's all right. Wow, that is some serious strength. He did so well just to get a racket to it, didn't he? I mean, that was incredible. It's just the ability, the strength these guys have in the upper arms.
As you say, it's just the physicality they have. They're willing to push themselves to the limits.
Yeah, and he did go to the limit there, didn't
Yeah,
he? Maybe
literally.
over the limit.
Yeah, thankfully he's okay.
Yeah.
Pretty strong being able to just push himself back up again.
I think he might have even pumped a few
15,
press ups
30.
last time. That's crazy.
Hot.
But it's a very,
That's
very
your-
good sign. He's able to win the following point there, regain composure after having the fall. Yeah, good depth from
30,
Hewett.
40.
Just putting it under a lot of pressure.
Went for the drop shot off the return. That was a tough one. It's always sliding away from him.
Deuce.
He's made it, right?
Advantage Hewitt.
Yep, clip the outside edge.
Some of these backhand returns have been unbelievable today.
Port.
Yeah, he just gave up a little bit too much room there, trying to run round to hit the forehand. You could see
Deuce.
just way out of position. Needed to do more if he's going to give up that much space. Yeah, perhaps would have been better off sticking with the backhand, especially given how well he's been hitting it.
Advantage Caverzaschi. Out.
Yeah, well done, Caverzaschi.
Game Caverzaschi.
Very good game to
4
come
games
through
all.
for him. Had to dig deep in that one. Hewett was returning really well. And he's got to be pleased. I mean, given the fairly comfortable scoreline of 2-1 a couple weeks ago, not even at Queen's. Yeah, the Spaniard's got to be pretty pleased with how things are going out here. Still very much within this match.
Light person. Out.
I'm sure him and his
Love
coach would have
15.
looked at the match that they played at Queen's and come up with some tactics that they weren't happy with and something they wanted to try this time around.
Love 30. Let's first serve.
Extra zip on that backhand. That was a
15,
big point there
30.
for Hewett as well. Love 30 down, 4 all.
Yeah, needs to knuckle down here.
Let first serve.
I mean, it's such a
15,
good return,
14.
isn't it? We often talk about the one. Go straight back down the middle. You don't give the server any options really on the third ball to hit any angle with. Oh, there it is. We haven't seen it for a couple of games, I don't feel, but the
30,
drop shot is
40.
back.
And it's the perfect time. Break point down.
What a couple of points from
Hewett. Seriously clutched that.
Deuce.
Showing all his class. And showing all this experience as well. As you said, those are really big points. 6-3, 4-2 up. You thought this was almost in the bag for Hewett. All of a sudden, staring down the barrel.
Not for serve. Advantage Caverzaschi. Yeah. That was a service, yeah. Deuce. Pot. Out. Advantage Hewett.
Went for it. Did Caverzaschi. Crucial moments for both players here. Who can get over the line in this one? If Hewett can, it'd just be a game away then from booking a spot in the semi-finals.
Pot. Out. Game Hewett. It
And he
leads
is able
5
to
games to 4.
clinch that
Second
final
set.
point.
And by 1 set to love.
And that is a very, very good game for him to come through. Looking very tight, having been 4-2 up.
Things were looking very healthy indeed for Hewett, and then got a lot trickier. 4-all, break point down. He comes through it.
I think they might be looking at the court. The umpire just where Caverzaschi fell over. Might be a little bit of a dent in the court or something. Just needs a bit of tending to.
That's the last thing that Hewett will want is a break in play now, having just regained the momentum by winning that last game. So hopefully for him, the umpire continues play. Yeah, I think he's just said,
Yep.
yeah, don't worry, let's just crack on with this.
I think even if there was a massive hole in the court, he'd be like, yeah, that's fine.
I've actually seen that before. I was working at a challenger earlier this year, and the courts were brand new, and it was in the Dominican Republic, so it was so hot that honestly the court had a hole in.
Did it melt?
Yeah, literally just melted. Absolutely crazy. But yeah, I haven't seen grass melt before.
First time for everything. Yeah, you can almost see just from our position, you can almost see just a little bit of something maybe just come up slightly. I'm sure they'll maybe look at it when this match does end.
Just the start that you'd want to a
Love
game
15.
like this for Hewett. just missed. That was
15 all. Out.
Two close misses
30
there.
15.
He's going for the right thing.
Dirty all.
so close now for Hewett.
Dirty 40.
And with that double, now just 1 point away. Match point. First of the match for Alfie Hewett. Just hasn't
Deuce.
made enough of those backhand returns today. He's hit some blinders, but he's also missed a fair few on that side.
Yeah, he has. It's not been far though, has it? When he's missed, it's sort of been
Yeah.
a couple of inches wide, or just clipped the top of the tape there. But we're so used to him making so many of those backhand returns.
Yeah, some clutch tennis from Caverzaschi.
Advantage. Caverzaschi.
Utilising that powerful forehand we know he can hit. Keeping himself alive.
Hot.
Uh-huh. Just yeah, his variation on that shot is
Deuce.
remarkable. Just that one wasn't that powerful, but like we said earlier on in the match, the way he's able to take it early.
That's just beautiful.
The angle he can generate does so much
Advantage,
damage,
Hewett.
hurts the Spaniard so much on that shot, and just absolutely no chance for Caverzaschi of tracking that one down.
Out.
And another one he's
Deuce.
missed. And that was there on his racket. Two match points rather come and go.
No way. That is ridiculous.
Advantage.
That is the last
Caverzaschi.
shot that I would have thought to be played in that particular scenario. Absolutely back to the wall. Comes out with an outrageous drop shot.
I think Alfie thought the point was over 3 shots before that. He'd almost sort
Rightly
of,
so.
yeah, he's almost turned around, hadn't he? How on earth has he managed to stay in that point?
And now he finds the backhand that he wanted on those match points.
It's always that way, though,
Deuce.
isn't
Yeah,
it?
every time.
Out.
It's a really good return. Takes a bit of pace off.
Advantage Hewett.
Just blocks it back. Puts it in a tough position for Caverzaschi. Can he make the backhand return this time?
Is he going to go to the backhand?
Out.
He does go there, but he doesn't get the reward he was hoping for.
Game, set, a match.
And the 10-time Grand
Alfie
Slam
Hewett.
singles champion, Alfie Hewett,
2 sets
is
to love.
into
6-3,
another
6-4.
semi-final here at the Lexus British Open, Roehampton. Tested today against a hard-fighting Spaniard in Caverzaschi. But he does come through it. 6-3, 6-4. The British number one through to a semi-final here. The week before Wimbledon, in which he is looking to gain as much court time as he can. He's just gained himself a little bit more. But yeah, an impressive way to finish off in what was a very, very good game.
It was a much better performance from Alfie Hewett today. Thought it was a bit lethargic yesterday, but much more like the Alfie Hewett that we know. So it's going to be interesting to hear what he thinks about it.
Let's hear it again for both players with this match this morning. So first of all, congratulations, Alfie. Well played. How do you feel the match went today?
Yeah, it was a good battle out there. I think some good rallies, and you know it's important to try and get some good quality under your belt for obviously next week and get the ideal preparation. So you know, to make it through another round and give myself more minutes on the grass is super important. So I'm really glad to get through that because it was a bit tight in that second set.
Now, obviously, this match was delayed from the rain this morning. How do you then adapt your pre-match preparations when you're unsure of the time that the match will actually start?
Yeah, definitely throws things out of the water a little bit because you know you have an ideal plan for what you want to do with nutrition and obviously warming up and things like that. So when these things happen, you just have to adapt and try and keep the fuel up as much as possible. Try not to warm up too early as well because it can be quite easy to get out there and be warming up for nearly 2 hours if you know it's going to be drizzly or rainy for a while. So it's it's being ready to go when you need to go, but also switching off so you're not exhausting that mental battery as well.
And lastly, how are you feeling towards your semi-final tomorrow?
Yeah, looking forward to it. I think it's going to be against either Gordon and Dannon. I'm not sure who's won that match. There'll be another Brit, which means a Brit will be in a final. So, obviously I hope it's me. It's never an easy contest when you're playing against a fellow Brit. So it'll be a tough match, but just really excited to have some more, like I say, some more minutes under my belt tomorrow. And looking forward to it.
Well, good luck and well played to both players today.
Very well played to both players indeed. I mean, yeah, I'm not surprised he's happy to get through that one because it was fairly tight in those closing stages. But yeah, the news from elsewhere is that Dannon Ward has taken Gordon Reid to a third set, which is surprising, but fair play to the young Brit. Gordon took the first 6-4. Dannon coming back to take the second 6-3. So it is unknown who Alfie Hewett will play in the semi-finals, but he is right. No matter what, a Brit will be in the final, and that's what we love to hear. But yeah, final thoughts on that one, Anna, because yeah, it was tight to finish, but he came through. That backhand return was both a positive and a negative for him, but actually one of the key shots, I think.
Yeah, ultimately I think it was, and I think it was tighter than the score sounded, wasn't it? You look on paper and you think, yeah, fairly comfortable victory there for Alfie Hewett, but there were some tight moments, especially towards the end of that second set. It could have gone either way, really, but definitely a step up in level in terms of what he produced yesterday, and he's excited about tomorrow, and it's going to be an all-British clash, which the crowd is going to love here, and we're going to see a Brit in the final as well, which is ultimately what we want.
It certainly is. Well, it's not the end of British action today, because later on centre court is the partnership of Ben Bartram and Dannon Ward, who of course, as we just mentioned, is in that third set against Gordon Reid. But after a rest following that quarter-final. They'll be back on court in their men's doubles quarter-final, taking on Caverzaschi and Zhenjuji. But coming next up on centre court, it is the familiar matchup between Yui Kamiji, the top seed here this week, and Dida de Groot. So stay with us. That'll be coming right up here at Roehampton.
Can you help me with the towels and the balls? They're inside. What's my name? Luke. Just you can call me Luke. I will just put it on and I will also help you out.
The next match on court 1 will be top seed Rui Kamiji versus Dida de Groot. For this coin toss, we have Mark Bullock as a guest. Mark was the ITF Brad Parks Award winner in 2023 and has been involved in wheelchair tennis since 1991. He is the former ITF wheelchair tennis manager and is now part of the LTA Disability Tennis Advisory Group.
Thank you, sir.
To the left of the umpire's chair, we have Dida de Groot. Dida is 28 years old and from the Netherlands. She's currently ranked 5 in the world but has reached a career high ranking of world number 1. Last week, she was a finalist at Eastbourne. Let's hear it for Dida de Groot.
May I have your attention, please? The next bus departing for player accommodation will be leaving in 10 minutes. Thank you.
And to the right of the umpire is top seed and world number 1, Rui Kamiji. Rui is from Japan and is 31 years of age. She has a total of 108 career singles titles, with her last one being the Roland Garros last month. She is also the defending champion here at the Lexus British Open. Please put your hands together for Rui Kamiji.
Three minutes. Two minutes. 1 minute. Thirty seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, this match will be played best of 3 tiebreak sets. Yui Kamiji, to the right of the chair, won the toss and elected to receive.
Well, a very warm welcome back after a short break. We are very nearly ready to get underway with this second match of the day. The sun is now shining. The vibes are very much better than what they were starting out here in what was a wet Roehampton, but now it's looking much like it did yesterday. We've had a British win on centre court already. Alfie Hewett getting the better of Daniel Caverzaschi in what was a tight second set, but eventually managed to get through it. And now we're ready for a matchup that we've seen many times before. Dieder de Groot, a former world number 1, the current world number 5, taking on the current world number 1. So this should be a cracker, shouldn't it, Anna?
Yeah, it really should. It's going to be interesting to see. Haven't played since their match-up last year on the grass here. Dieder de Groot's going to be looking for revenge, losing out in the final in straight sets.
Ladies and gentlemen, due to technical
put the
problem with
record
the
straight.
wheelchair, the mechanic has been called to the court.
Yeah, I mean, there are a few rivalries. There must be some out there because sport is crazy like that. But yeah, 64th meeting between these two. It is incredible. And so, yeah, it's hard to know what to expect now. They know each other so well. Yeah, it's funny how the rivalries developed over years, I suppose.
And I think if you look at the overall head-to-head record as well, 46-17 in the Dutch women's favour. In Grand Slam and Paralympic head-to-head as well, 17-4 to De Groot.
Yeah, it seems very much that De Groot has really found her way in the rivalry, and especially in those big matches at the Paralympics, at the Grand Slams, she's really dominated, as just as Dutch wheelchair tennis has so often done.
She's been the leading figure, hasn't she, for a lot of years now. She's really been that inspiration, that role model. And before that, they had Esther Vergeer as well.
Who's now tournament director at the Rotterdam Open, the ABN AMRO event, which is one of the biggest on the wheelchair tennis calendar in terms of indoor events. It's huge, and they put a lot of effort into that tournament. The best players go and attend, and it's a really well attended event. So yeah, it's good to see that beyond playing, there's still very much involvement from Esther.
Yeah, and you want to have people who have been in the sport and at the very top of the sport, staying in the sport and just keep trying to grow it. And, considering where the game has come and how many more players are, the bigger events, they're playing on the biggest courts in the world. And, that's already what it is now. So it's going to be interesting to see what it's going to be like in the future and in the next few years to come.
And we were talking a little bit about, just as I see the scenes going on court, talking a bit about James Ashcroft yesterday, introducing one of the most important people on the wheelchair tennis tour.
Ladies and gentlemen, Yui Kamiji is now receiving a technical break to repair the wheelchair.
To the players and what they do. He is the man that fixes all the problems with the equipment and with the wheelchairs, and it looks like Kamiji just struggling with one part of her chair. I'm not sure quite what that is, but he's there to fix it.
If you need anything fixed, he's your go-to. They can't play without him, can they?
No.
If there's something wrong with the chair and he's not around, it's not happening.
Yeah, when this tournament was at Nottingham before it moved here last year, he had his van all equipped out, and yeah, he was right in the thick of it. He was there, ready and waiting. Yeah, it's not the start that you want when you're just about to head on court as the world number one. There's an issue with your chair, but perhaps that is because we don't know if these two players have had a chance to practice, but because of the rain this morning, obviously Alfie Hewett and Caverzaschi weren't able to practice, so they had an extended warm-up this morning of about 10 minutes. These two players have had the usual warm-up of 5 minutes, but yeah, I don't know if they've had time to get on court. So it'll be interesting to see how they fare in the first few exchanges. But we're ready to go now. James Ascroft
ready? Play.
Has done his work, and it's Didier de Groot to kick things off.
La 15. Fault. Fault. Love 30. Lap 40.
I mean, Kamiji fresh off a Roland Garros title run, not wasting any time to get her grass court campaign underway here.
Not at all, full of confidence.
Oh,
Game
direction
Kamiji.
too. What a start from Yui Kamiji.
First game.
Break straight away. Yeah, I think we spoke about possibly with Alfie Hewett earlier or yesterday, I'm not sure, but the fact that, yes, the change from clay to grass is difficult, but when you have come off a win at Roland Garros, you know, that makes all the difference and really can override the change in surface and the difficulty that brings.
Yeah, absolutely. You're just riding the wave of confidence, and obviously it is a quick turnaround coming straight from Roland Garros to the grass courts, but when you are full of confidence, you just want to play matches and you want to keep that winning streak going, and that was obvious with both of Alfie earlier and obviously Yui with this fantastic
Kamiji,
start.
Yui to serve. Fault. Out 15 love.
That is a horrible
love.
serve to have to try and return. No pace on it, short up the box, constantly moving away from you. What do you do?
Love.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's the sort of serve that no one wants to return.
Especially a right-hander. It's your worst nightmare, isn't it? It's just constantly moving away from your outstretched slice backhand.
40,
Into
15.
the group, the first forehand winner of hers today.
Out. Game Kamichi.
Yeah, so a consolidation of
Kamichi
the break
leads
for
by 2
Kamichi,
games
the
to love.
perfect start for the world number 1, fresh off her title winning run in Paris a few weeks ago. I believe the last meeting between these two was in Paris at the Paralympic Games just over a year ago.
Just
Love,
toying with her there,
15.
using the drop shot, and then just finding that pass down the line. Really come out extra aggressive, Kamichi.
Fault. Love 30. Out, love 40. Out. 15, 40. Out.
Yeah, starting to string a few points
30,
together
40.
now. De Groot.
It's a better few points there from the Dutch woman.
Deuce.
There's been a few uncharacteristic unforced errors to start, but that was a better 3 points.
Out. Advantage, Degrot. Deuce. Wait, please. Fault. Advantage, Kamichi.
Yeah, a couple of fantastic forehand return winners, both up the line. Played with a fair bit of margin too.
Deuce.
Yeah, I think both players, fair to say, they're just still trying to find their rhythm out there. Kamichi obviously getting the better of the starts, but a few unforced errors being thrown in now.
Fault. Let's second serve. Advantage, Degrots. Faults.
That's very good from the Japanese.
Deuce.
Beautifully constructed. Lovely slice to set up the shorter forehand.
It's been a really impressive start, hasn't it, from Kamiji?
Mm.
She's just been very calm, building the points well.
Faults. Fault. Advantage, Kamichi. Out, game, Kamiji.
Yeah, good depth from Kamiji. And the top seed here. this week
Kamiji
in
leads
Roehampton,
by 3 games to love.
leading the way so far in this first set.
Time. $50 love.
I mean, given the fact that both these two players have played so many times, is there an element where they, now just come out and play a completely different game style to what they usually play with, just to try and put off their opponent, or do they have to stick with what they know best?
I think it's tough at this point in their careers to come out with something completely different.
Yeah.
There might be a little bit of variety. But I think if you're
15
dealing
all.
with the head-to-head record that she does have, she knows that when she is on her A game, that it is enough to beat Kamiji. So the onus really is on the Japanese player to try and find something different.
$30, 15. $30 all. 40-30. Out game Kamiji. Kamiji leads by 4 games to love. Out. Yeah, that's how I saw it. Love 15. Love
Punishing
30.
returns right now. Kamiji Digger really struggling to string any points together. Just getting on the board is difficult right now. Top seed, world number 1.
And it's not often that we see this, is it? That De Groot's getting overpowered, overthought.
15. 15,
She's
30.
really on a roll here, though. She's got all the momentum.
Out. 30 all. Wait, please. Fetchy, Forchi. Game.
Just
Kamiji.
remarkable from both sides right now. From Kamiji, it's
Kamiji leads
both
by
the forehand
5
and the
games to
backhand
love.
that are being hit for winners right now. It's really impressive. And she will head into the changeover with a very healthy lead. 5 games to love to the Japanese.
I'm not sure either of us predicted this result, did we, so far? It's been flawless tennis from the Japanese player.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at some of their scorelines from previous meetings, you know, in Paris last year at the Paralympics, 3 sets. And that's on clay. It's grueling, some grueling matches. It's very rare that you really see any love sets dating back to 2016. Of course, it was Kamiji who got the better of De Groot at this very tournament 12 months ago in the final. That was the last time they met on grass. Kamiji taking that one 7-5, 6-3. So a much simpler performance for Kamiji so far. Not needing to really play her best tennis, but she is playing well out here. let's not forget that, you know, De Groot has had some time off. She's struggled with injury a little bit over the last couple of years, so understandable that she's perhaps still finding her way back into her form.
Faults. Let's second serve. Outs.
And I think we are so used to
50
the
love.
high standards that Dida has set that we forget that she is only human and she has those injuries, and it's going to take her time to rebuild her form and her confidence back after that.
Let's first serve. Outs.
Yeah, De Groot just
30 love.
5 tournaments into her comeback after 8 months out for the hip surgery she had last year. So, yeah, absolutely, she's only human at the end of the day. She's going to have to take a few tournaments to get back to her full potential.
For Chila.
8 months out is a long time as well, not just a little niggle. There's a lot of rehab and recovery that has to go into that, and hard work. And as you said, just the 5th tournament back.
Fault. $40, 50.
Yeah, and as well, I mean, it's amazing. She's still only 28, which in tennis terms and wheelchair tennis, Lucy Shuka, who is playing right now on the adjacent court, played yesterday, won here on centre court, still going strong into her 40s, so plenty of years ahead for De Groot, which is positive signs for her and for the sport.
40, 30.
And that's also the good thing as well. You don't feel like there's such a rush on your comeback. She's got to take the time. Doesn't need to necessarily
Wait, please.
push herself.
Take the ball,
just
please.
keep doing, getting stronger, getting more confident.
Out, game and for set, Kamiji. By 6 games to love.
And I believe that does just full long for De Groot. So Yui Kamiji completes the perfect set, gets the bagel. And really surprisingly, this matchup that has had so many classics over the years, the first set here at the Lexus British Open Roehampton goes the way of the Japanese by 6 games to love. But yeah, De Groot just not getting into enough rallies, really, has she been. Kamiji really looking strong off both sides, looking really solid, not making too many errors.
No, it's virtually the perfect set from Kamiji. As you said, she was just being patient, picking the right moments, when to attack. She's using the slice. De Groot, a lot of unforced errors from her. We're so used to seeing her overpower opponents as well, and we didn't see that really at all in that opening set. She's almost just got to forget about that opening set. Didn't happen. That was the warm-up. This is now when the match starts.
Yeah, a few doubles being chucked in there too didn't help her cause, and you can see there second serve percentage, first serve percentage not quite up to her high standards that we're so, or have become so accustomed to. And yeah, just not, frankly, creating enough chances for herself to get into the match yet.
Time.
0 break points created for her, whereas on the Kamiji side of things, 3 from 3. So making the most of all her chances that she's been able to create for herself.
I don't think Kamiji's going to be getting ahead of herself, though. How many times have we seen a player win a first set very comfortably and then the match can get completely turned on its head? I think these opening couple of games are going to be really important for Kamiji if she can just keep on top of De Groot. Or is De Groot going to be able to just get a foothold in this match, turn things
Second
around?
set. De Groot to serve. $15 love. $30 love.
That's more like it. I think she's really got to focus on her service games. Just try and get a few comfortable holds on the board early on here.
$15. $40-15. $40-30.
Yeah,
Game,
excellent
De
serve
Groot.
out wide.
New balls, please.
Completely
Ball
getting
change.
Kamiji out on the stretch. You can see here
First game.
doing all she
Second
could
set.
to try and get that one back into play, but De Groot is on the board. And just as we might have thought, this match is far, far from over. I suppose Kamiji will not worry too much if this does extend this match, being the one that has played the more tennis, especially over the last couple of years. The group having had the injury problems, perhaps as much as she's still trying to find her form tennis-wise, she's trying to find that fitness as well.
And she'll expect to have a comeback. I don't think you expect to play against
New
Dida De
balls.
Groot and it be a very comfortable victory. She knows that she's going to try and turn things around and she's going to up her level.
Faults. Fault. Love 15. $15.
Yeah, it's effective serve, that one. Staying so low. And I mean, when it's coming from a low height, Kamiji isn't one of the taller players, is she? So it can be really difficult to return someone like that serve.
Faults.
And especially when
15,
you're the
30.
group, you're looking to try and be aggressive. You want to try and flatten it out a little bit more, but you're having to hit up the back of the ball.
Fault. Incredible 40.
backhand on the stretch. Wasn't a bad serve from Kamiji, but excellent response. Yeah, and all of a sudden, the group finding her form. Break points to
30,
potentially
40.
go a break up in this second set early on, but Kamiji saves the first.
And that's such a good play going back behind. So hard to change direction.
Game. Degrots. Degrot leads by 2 games to love. $15 love.
Yeah, really starting to find the forehand now. Looking a lot more dangerous on court.
$30 love.
Oh, it's really been a complete change around, hasn't it? 10 minutes ago, 6 love. The group wasn't in a good place. All of a sudden, no, she's a break up, 30 love up. Things are completely in her momentum shift now.
Fault. 30-15.
Excellent return on the backhand of Komiji.
$40-30. Game. Degrots.
What a response then for the group, the former world number 1.
Still on a
Degrot
comeback.
leads by 3
And
games
she
to
knocks
love.
out of the game. Working her way back into this one. 3 love in the second she leads.
Time. Out. 50 love. Thoughts? 50-0.
This has got one of those feelings of being a 6-love, love 6, 7-6 sort of match.
It really does.
Out.
What is it about those sorts of
50,
matches? 'Cause
15.
you actually see them more often than people think. Those, yeah, like you say, love, and then a really close final set to finish. Is it they start to work each other out? Is it, yeah, is it something else? It's a funny one.
Thoughts?
I'm sure you'll know as
30.
well as when you played a match and you win that first set 6-love, you maybe get a little bit complacent, don't you? And you think, yeah, I've got this one in the bag, and then all of a sudden 5 minutes later you're looking like 3-love down and it's a completely different match. I think that's the beauty about this sport, isn't it? It doesn't follow a script. You never know which way it's going to go. So unpredictable.
Yeah, so
30.
sometimes there's an inevitability about it where you can tell yourself at the sit down, like, I'm not gonna let this go. I need to. I'm gonna carry on with what I've been going, and then it just doesn't go the way you.
40, 30.
Yeah, I know that feeling all too well.
Out.
It's wild
Game
from the group.
Kamiji.
And Kamiji is on the board now in
The
this
Grot
second
leads
set.
by 3 games to 1. Thought? Love 15. Love
It's
30.
also funny because if you look at it sort of from De Groot's point of view, she's done well to get herself some sort of lead here in this second set, but then you can also get a little bit complacent as well, thinking, oh, okay, yeah, you know, I've got the run of things in this second, and then all of a sudden Kamiji can then start to find a way back into the set.
Thoughts? Love 40.
And that's the hard thing about it, is the concentration, isn't it? And that's what separates the very top players. They're just able to maintain that focus for longer periods of time. They don't have as many dips in and out. But that's what we've seen here from De Groot. Bit of a dip.
Thought? Out. 15-40.
Nasty
Game,
slice
Kamiji.
return from Kamiji. De Groot did very well to
De
take a
Groot
very
leads
attacking
by
shot off it
3
and
games to 2.
just the forehand faltering.
Time.
So then, very surprising for De Groot that she's gone down 6-love in the opening set, but she's been doing a great job of getting herself back into the match. Can she just hold on to this lead and take us into a third set? Kamiji is making a late comeback of things though in this second.
Love.
And again, it's just been those unforced errors as well, hasn't it, that have been too many for De Groot.
Thoughts? Out 30 love.
And some of her shot selections as well. It's been looking to try to hit a winner too early in the rallies, I feel. Normally we're so used to seeing her build the point, wait for the right moment.
30-15.
Just going to wait and see the replay to get a gauge of whether that ball landed good. I think it did just drop wide.
$30.
Yeah, just looking at the draw and hearing that Lucy Shuka over on court 2 has taken the first set off world number 4 Wang Ziying. And the winner of that will play the winner of this match here. So, yeah, it'd be incredible if Lucy can get through that that quarter, get through to the semi-finals tomorrow.
Potentially take on a doubles partner as well.
Yeah.
40, won the title
40.
last week in Eastbourne, playing together as well at Wimbledon.
Game,
very
Kamiji.
nicely done from Kamiji. Managed to get back level.
3 games sold.
Yeah, because it's interesting that I wonder how the partnership came about between De Groot and Shuka, because I would have thought that De Groot and Aniek van Koot, the Dutch pairing that we've so often seen partner up. But yeah, great for the Brits to get some Dutch support.
Yeah, most definitely. And to have a partner like Dida De Groot won everything in the game. And Lucy being such a great doubles player herself as well.
Thoughts?
Yeah, it's a good little partnership they've got going.
Outs. La 15.
This is interesting here because, you know, 3-love in this set, we were pretty sure that De Groot was going to run away with it, but yeah, perhaps that is just the lack of consistency that she's still just trying to find in form, stringing points together, stringing games together.
Love
She's such a good player.
30.
She's going to have those moments of brilliance, but just she's still trying to find the consistency of bringing that to the match court for the duration.
Outs.
Oh.
15-30.
Don't know what happened there. I thought it was an incredible drop
yeah,
shot.
I was convinced that was in, but obviously our eyesight's not great.
No.
30 all. Thought? Outs.
Having to play a lot of balls on the
30-40.
back foot, isn't she, today? Normally we're so used to her wanting to be inside that baseline. Kamiji's done such a great job of not letting that happen.
Out. Deuce. Thoughts? Advantage, Kamiji.
Done well to fight hard in this game, but still just giving cheap points away to Kamiji. Can the Japanese make the most of it?
Game.
Great depth
Kamiji.
from Kamiji. And she does
Kamiji
hold
leads
out,
by
gets
4
the break, and now
games
she's
to
back
3.
in front, having been 3 love down in this second set. She's fought her way back into it. She's now back out in front with the break, 4 games to 3.
Time. Fought. Out. Love 15. Out.
Yeah, just got caught
15
up
all.
a little bit. De Groot there, almost overdoing it. Getting over to the forehand side, running into the ball a little bit.
Fought. Fifteen 30.
Kamiji will just be hoping she can just hold on to the serve here. Done so well to get back from love 3 down. Hate to give away the lead that she's really earned herself. It's a good
Out.
first tee.
30 all.
It's those
30.
kind of errors when you haven't played matches at those big points, 30 all, got a forehand in the middle of the court. That's going to be the signs where you can tell that De Groot's a little bit rusty.
Fought. Deuce Advantage, Degrot.
It's got to be called wide, hasn't it?
I don't think so. No, didn't.
Let's face off.
Yeah,
Game,
it's excellent
Degrot.
stuff from De Groot, just pinning Kamiji right on the back
game
of
stall.
the British Open. That's really well crafted. And having been just 1 point away from going 5-3 down and looking like she'd be in a really difficult position to come back to win this one, she's all level now, 4 games all.
Fault. Out.
It's well done from Kamiji. Easy to overplay
Love,
those ones.
15.
Almost like she's getting her doing court sprints side to side, De Groot. Almost got this one back as well. And covered so much court.
Really pushing each other
15
now,
up.
these two. Going toe to toe from the baseline.
Thirty, 15.
How long really does it take? 8 months out, I guess it's different for every player, but yeah, how long does it take to get back to the way you felt before the injury?
Oh, that's a tough question.
40, 15.
I guess you'd have to ask Dida how she's feeling. But again, it's very individual. I think, some players find it easy to just sort of get back into the swing of things. Others feel like it takes a little bit more time. They've got to build up their confidence. And
Out. Game, Degrot.
it's all well and good as well, the match fitness, but the confidence
Degrot
is the
leads
key
by
thing, isn't
5 games to 4.
Sure is. Well, this set so far should give her lots of confidence heading into the closing stages. As Dida De Groot fighting hard, 5-4 she leads in this second. Kamiji set up.
Time. Out, 15 love. Let's first serve. $15 all.
Time to strike for De Groot. She'd love to get a break here and just see off the set.
$15.30.
Makes it. Just about.
She's getting pumped in this game. She really, really wants these couple of points.
$30 all.
Oh, that's a great point there from Kamiji. You know exactly what's going to come with the lefty on the ad side rather. That slider out wide is coming. There's absolutely nothing you can do. Sets up the open space. Found it with the forehand.
$40.30.
Such a big point as well. Again, I mean, I know we've mentioned it, but those are the moments. Just like just a couple of games ago, 30 all just wasn't quite the shot she was looking for.
Deuce.
That's the one she was hoping for just a few seconds ago.
Out. Advantage, Kamiji. Out. Deuce. Let's first serve. Fault.
Yeah, it's a
Advantage,
really clever passing shot.
Degrot.
Didn't go for too much. Such a tough pickup for Kamiji.
And she held it well, didn't she? She was just not going to commit one side or the other. She was going to wait until Kamiji had hit the forehand. Read it right, and like you said, didn't try and overplay with a passing shot.
Fault. Long. game and second set.
Lead of
De
the group
Groot
is taking us to a third.
by
A
6
deciding
games
set
to 4.
will be played
1
out
settle.
to decide
New
this
balls, ball
quarter-final
change.
match between two greats of the game, the four-time champion De Groot. It's fought back here in Roehampton.
Player announcement, Oscari, Caldanius, Alan court 11 please, ready for play.
She will be going for the tiebreak. Okay? Court number 1, second set. De Groot by 6 games to 4. 1 settle. Kamiji Yui will be taking the tiebreak. Do you know where the toilet is? It's just in here. Here? Yeah, you just go straight. I will show you. I will show you. Time.
So then how will this match conclude in their 64th meeting in their careers? We go the distance. De Groot fighting back after losing the first by 6
Final
games to love.
sets. De Groot to serve new balls.
Forced the decider, and she'll start the third.
Fault. Fault. La 15. Love 30.
In terms of Kamiji trying to get back onto the front foot here, Anna, what do you think needs to change from what we saw in the second? Obviously, De Groot's managed to shift a few things around.
Out. Love 40. Game Kamiji.
Fascinated to see as Kamiji
First
brushes
game,
past the
final
backhand
sets.
return past the onlooking De Groot, but yeah, just a real test of De Groot's fitness. Only her 5th tournament back after 8 months out of the game, having surgery on that hip. Yeah, be a very good test for her going into Wimbledon to see where her fitness is at.
Love.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Kamiji just starts to use the slower serve again. We saw it in the opening set, and it was just so effective. Just absolutely nothing on the ball. It just completely dying in the grass. De Groot really struggled with it.
30 love.
Especially that one out wide to the backhand on the ad side.
Out.
Beautifully
15.
Struck. Slower one that time, not doing the damage that she would have hoped. De Groot all over it, and then all over the forehand to follow up.
Fault. Not up. 30-40.
Again, I mean, you could almost guarantee that they're not quite going to make it after the second bounce.
Game De Groot.
Fabulous return from De Groot to get the break. Straight back.
1 game all.
One thing's for sure, that the fighting spirit is still there from De Groot. That hasn't left her in the 8 months out of the game. Yeah.
Out.
It must have been so
Love,
strange for
15.
her to have those months of the year when she'd normally be away from family, from friends, away from the Netherlands. To have that time must have been strange.
15 all. Fifteen 30. Fifteen 40.
What a way to dictate the point using the forehand. Really good spacing on that final shot from Kamiji.
Thirty 40.
Is there anything that you can do? I mean, when you are injured and you've got that time off, there's clearly things that you'll do just to try and keep plodding along with certain aspects that you can continue with.
Thoughts?
Are there things that, you know, De Groot would have done in that time, or would it have been completely nothing to do with tennis for a while?
Thoughts? Game Kamiji. Kamiji leads by 2 games to 1.
Yes. Often, you know, sometimes like you said, like the break can be really good, and you see, I don't know, Federer comes to mind with when he had that break and then comes straight back to win the Australian Open. But yeah, you know, often these champions do that. So it wouldn't surprise me at all if come Wimbledon she's straight back into the winner's circle. Wasn't quite able to make a run at Roland Garros. Went out in the opening round a few weeks ago, but that was very, very soon. I think it was very much one of her first tournaments back. So Kamiji leading the way in this third set. Doing well to recovering the loss of the second.
Out, 50 love. Out, 15 all. $15.30.
Just wonder how De Groot can find a way back into this match. He's doing well in this game.
$30 all.
I'm going to struggle against serves like that, though. We've seen that time and time again. That's been the go-to play for Kamiji. It's a go-to play for most left-handers, isn't it, on big points? That slider out wide.
Fault. $40.30. Out.
Good leave there from Tita De Groot.
Deuce.
She's really trying to get that break back again.
Advantage De Groot. Out, deuce. Out. Advantage De Groot. Game Degrot.
Get the break. Look at that return.
2 game sold.
Absolute corker down the line. Starting to really feel it on that side, especially quality from the Dutch woman. Back level at 2 games all now.
Thoughts? $15 love. Out. 15 all. Out. 15-30.
So well to get there before the third bounce. Yeah, just couldn't quite find the court. A decent drop shot from Kamiji. Puts herself up in the game. Potential chance to get yet another break. That's the angle from
15-40.
Kamiji, making full use of the lefty forehand, curling it round out the way of the racket of De Groot.
Out. 30-40. Fault. Game Kamiji.
It's an unfortunate time for a double.
Kamiji leads by
Couldn't quite
3
believe that
games
she'd
to
done
2.
that. This Kamiji regains the lead. 3 games to 2. Final set.
Time. Fault. $50 love. $15 all. $15.50.
She's finding
15-40.
the form that made her clinch the second in a very, very impressive way, and now she's got break points to get this third set back level.
$30-40.
Nice looking forehand. It's such a smooth forehand. I feel like it's such a smooth take back and follow through.
Never looks like she's rushed, does it?
Yeah.
Game de Groot.
But that's not a bad shot.
3
of
game
the Groots.
salt.
And this set continues to be very, very tightly contested.
I
Love
think that's a really
15.
good shot there from Kamiji, going a little bit higher to the de Groot backhand. It's so tough to be able to get that strength up high.
Fault. Fault. Love 30.
Both players just struggling to hold serve at the moment.
$15.30. 30,
Goes
40.
deep. Too much. And again, is that the sort of shot, the second serve that I think we saw it yesterday with one of the players just losing their nerve on the second in tight moments when they haven't quite been playing as much as they're used to.
That is the one shot that you can struggle with, isn't it? You can get a little bit nervy on it. That racket head speed slows down, and it's probably the most important shot in terms of making sure that you do speed up with the racket in order to bring the ball down.
Fault.
And it's such a rhythm shot, isn't it?
Kamiji.
And it's such a confidence shot as well. When you're not feeling confident, that second serve can just get really wobbly.
Wait, please.
And we're just seeing that at the moment from De Groot. Not looking confident on that.
Game, Kamiji.
Finds it.
Kamiji leads by 4 games to
Kamiji
3.
finding the perfect forehand to get another break. It's just break after break right now, but can she hold on to her serve? If she does, she'll be just a game away then. Japanese out in front at 4 games to 3.
Time. Love.
Beautiful forehand. Amazing that just dips in. Seem to be going out all the way until the final second.
Outs 15-30.
Well, the chance of getting another break of serve here. No one can hold on to their serve.
Fairly high.
I did say I thought maybe this might be a 7-6. It does
Yeah.
feel like it's leaning in that direction.
Yeah, it's incredible.
$15-40.
There we go, a fairly comfortable break this time for Dida de Groot.
4 games all.
What have they got? Have they got to just take a risk and go for ace after ace? What's got to change out here?
Good question. I mean, I think, you've got it. Someone's got to be willing to take a bit more of a risk out here, be aggressive on the first serve. Obviously, Dida's been struggling a little bit with the second serve, so the onus really for her has been on trying to make as many first serves as possible. But for Kamiji, can she put the pressure on De Groot, maybe adjust her position a little bit more, step up the court?
Such a nice pattern of play for Kamiji. When she gets a little bit of angle on the forehand, she just
15.
uses her leftiness to just veer it away from De Groot.
Love 30. Out 15, 30. Fault. Fault.
Yeah, and it's the serve, it's the shot that's haunting
15,
her
40.
again and again on the service games.
Game Kamiji.
There we
New
go
ball
then,
splits.
just as you would have expected, it's another break.
Kamiji
And
leads
can the
by 5
Japanese,
games
the
to
world
4.
number 1, can she hold on to her serve? Kamiji back out in front, and she'll serve for the match.
Time. New
So
balls.
then, I mean, I'm not even sure if we've had a hold in this set.
No one's held serve yet. Is this going to
Is
be
this
the
the
right
moment?
moment?
Let's first serve. Faults. Love 15.
I'm not convinced we are. Don't know about you.
Yeah, I'd be inclined to think the same way.
Love 30.
Starting to look that way, isn't it? Nervy
Bring
couple
on
of
the
points.
tiebreak.
Yeah. May as well just go there right now, I think.
Pot. Love
Yeah, powerful
14.
forehand. Sets up 3 break points. Does seem that De Groot is the one that's breaking even more easily than Kamiji, so don't know if that says anything.
She seems to just have a little bit more confidence on the returning games, doesn't she?
Yeah.
Severely lacking behind the serve, but the return, completely different player.
Pot.
That's a
15, 14.
great serve to save the first.
Game. Degrots. 5 games on.
Yeah, chalk blew up. Definitely good. So then, 5 games all.
Pot.
Incredible
Love
shot.
15.
Both players just seem to be a lot freer on the returning games, don't they?
Yeah. Surprises me a little bit because I don't know. I think there's potentially a chance that they would tighten up because there is pressure on that because they know they probably have to win that game. So yeah, it's interesting that they are so free.
Pot. Out. 30, 15.
Looking slightly more promising in this game, 30-15 to De Groot. Just got tangled up there.
Yeah.
That shot down the middle of the court, so effective.
30-all.
Still in a good position though, De Groot. What a
30,
return
40.
from Kamiji. There's a slight bit of hope on the serve of the group, but again, facing break point.
Fault. Out.
She's done it.
Game Kamiji.
As I said there, it was a good
Kamiji
start
leads by
from the
6
group in the
games
service game.
to
Got to
5.
30 all, which is better than she has been doing. But Kamiji, unsurprisingly, finds a way to get the break.
Yes. Yeah, sure.
She'll come out and serve for it once again at 6-5.
What's happening? Okay. I will call the mechanic because there is a problem with her wheelchair. Okay. Point number 1, I will need the mechanic now for take it off. There is a problem with the tire. Please. Mechanic support 1. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, due to technical problem with the wheelchair, the mechanic has been called to the court. It's okay.
I'd have to just go back and see what I've got.
Okay, you don't have it with.
I don't have it here with that.
Yeah.
It'll be over in my tent.
Okay.
If I've got it and I come back, then you'll start the clock.
Yes,
Is that
exactly.
okay?
Yeah.
I'll have to go and see if that's got that. It's not in there.
Well, you'll notice that we are just taking an extended changeover, and that is because Dida de Groot has come across an issue with the chair. James Ascroft, Mr. Fix-It, has come on court, and he's had to go off court to try and find the correct piece to try and fix up the chair of Dida de Groot. So, I mean, just at the vital moment, this is interesting, and yeah, I don't know what to think.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this is a good or a bad time for her to be taking a break. But obviously there's something that she doesn't like about her chair or is not working about it. So, as you said, Mr. Fix-It is going to have to come and try and sort the problem out.
Yeah, I'd love to know how she came across the issue, whether it was just simply that she couldn't quite move as well as she has been. But Kamiji just taking a moment to herself while James heads off.
You can help him once he's back, and then I will just start
potentially not a bad thing either for Kamiji, just to set herself and think, right, how am I going to hold serve here?
Or is it just extra time to overthink?
Yeah, one of the two.
I suppose if you go in with the expectation that you're going to get broken, you can almost just take a free swing at it, knowing that you've at least got a tie break.
Yeah, I think that probably is the best way of going about things. Just really swing freely on the serve. We'll go for that slightly slower one, but swing it out wide as much as you can and down the tee, obviously with the lefty serve on the due side. There is Kirsty Thompson, tournament director for the British Open, doing a good job. She's got busy few days given the junior event happening too. Kirsty on the left there.
I think she'll be happy that the sun has made an appearance. So after the conditions we had this morning,
yeah,
it's looking pretty grey and cold, but beautiful afternoon here in Roehampton now.
Here is James Ascroft coming back, looking hopeful. Let's listen in to see what good he can do.
Just let me get the right socket and then I'll tell you I'm starting. Are you there, John? Sorry? There's another guy just finding some tape. He's here. Have you got it, John? Green tape. Yeah. Is it not in? I think it'll be in there if it's in. Okay, it doesn't matter. Okay, I'm starting. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, Didier de Groot is now receiving a technical break to repair her wheelchair.
Where does your other leg sit? Does it come tight down here? No. It definitely not, no. So I can put this at this side. Okay. I really want you to check and make sure you're happy with that. I don't want it to damage your body. Okay, and are you happy that it's I don't want to go too tight because I could strip it, so.
Do you have duct tape? Because like I'm also
Not just here, so.
sorry.
Not here.
Oh, okay.
Okay, duct tape if you can. Oh, there might be some black duct tape in that bag.
Just because there's also forces going up.
So,
So like
yeah,
it
to
might,
hold it.
yeah.
duct tape will hold it.
I know, but it's the last.
Okay. If we have some, we'll put some on.
Yeah.
Are you happy with me working around this area?
Yes, go for it.
Around. Yeah. Yeah. And over the top. Okay. You might have to cut it to get. I don't think the roll will go through. Don't get your fingers too sticky.
It's something.
It's ugly, I know. I can put more on, you can have as much as you want. Okay. Right, okay. Finish repair. Yeah.
Thank you. Time.
Well, after an extended mechanical timeout, James Ascroft has worked his magic, and fingers crossed for Dida de Groot she could move around as well as she has been, because after 8 months out of the game, only her 5th tournament back, she has really been performing well out here. But it is Kamiji who is serving for the match for the 2nd time now.
Love 15.
That's an excellent serve. It was interesting, Kamiji during that timeout went over to the coach. Is that a good idea, just to go through some of the tactics at even what could be the last game?
Yes, definitely.
Reset the mind.
Just re-emphasize what the game plan is. I think sometimes it's easy to get out of that rhythm.
Oh, it's impeccable touch. What a
15,
shot
30.
from the group.
And she's come up with some of her best tennis when she has been behind in this deciding set.
Fault.
Well, we're just 1 point away from the tiebreak that you called a long time ago. To be fair to you,
I just had that gut feeling that it was going to be one of those days and one of those matches.
Game Degrots.
we are indeed heading into a final set tiebreak. What a marathon match this has been.
Final sets.
And
Tiebreak.
just like this rivalry,
64th meeting goes into a third set tiebreak. Fitting, you'd say.
Now it's my turn to put you on the spot.
1-0.
Which way
Kami.
is it going to go?
I am going with the world number one. I think she's there for a reason. She's not been able to hold serve, but neither is De Groot. And I think, you know, fresh off the Roland Garros win, I think she's going to get the job done. It's also now as well. It's not a whole game you need to win in your service. It's just a couple of points here or there that you need. So I'm feeling as if Kamiji's got that added benefit in her game right now. I think she can just clinch a couple more points on serve.
Does look like you might be right. Got out to the early lead here, Kamiji. Still only one mini break though. And tie break things can turn around very, very quickly.
Out.
Stringing
4-0.
points together now, Kamiji.
Kamiji.
What an incredible
5-0.
return. Just all of a
Kamiji.
sudden, Kamiji is on fire.
Out.
Yeah, it's a superb
6-0.
wide serve. She's found that shot
Kamiji.
again. And surely this has got to be it.
You would think so. This is a long way back now for De Groot. 6 match points in a row. Surely she's got to take one of them. 1 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 of them.
6-1. Kamiji. Fourth game, set a match, Kamiji. By 2 sets to 1.
Yui Kamiji
6 love,
finds
4-6,
a way
7-6.
to overcome Dida de Groot in an absolute marathon match here at the Lexus British Open, Roehampton. The 64th meeting between those two ends in heartbreak for the Dutchwoman. It's Kamiji who comes out on top. Incredible resilience to get through that one. And that is, yeah, some way to get through it. What a match. I can't believe we ended it in a tie break, but Anna, you called it.
Yeah, I don't really know where to start with that or where to pick it apart. I think it was just came down to sheer will and determination in the end in that final set tie break, and ultimately Kamiji was just a little bit too consistent. Dida just, you can see her there, she's just on the floor so disappointed with how that tie break went. Such a grueling match to come out on the wrong side of, but Kamiji takes a lot of confidence again, gently nudging that head-to-head record up against Dida de Groot.
Yeah, you can understand like how difficult that is for de Groot. The journey she's been through over the last year or so to get that close to defeating the world number one. But credit to her, because I think she will look back on this as a real positive going into Wimbledon. She can have a day off or so and then set her sights on another Grand Slam. But it is Yui Kamiji who gets through this one. Let's hear what
an
she thinks
incredible
of the
match.
victory.
Let's hear it again for both of the players this afternoon. First of all, huge congratulations. How do you feel you played in your match today?
Of course, I'm very happy with win today, and at the end of my performance as well. And you know, Dida is really good player, and then we played against each other a lot of time, and also including that last year final. So I think it's a little bit early to play against each other, but yeah, happy to the end. Yeah.
And going into the final set tie-break, what was going through your mind in that period?
Well, it was a little bit windy, and we both a little bit struggle with our service games. So just try to get 1 point, and during hard to take mechanic, I spoke with my coach that to keep on half pressure and be positive, and it really worked. Yeah.
And how will you prepare for the semi-final tomorrow?
Well, first I need to rest, and yeah, I at the last few games, few points in tiebreak, I could get some good feeling of my tennis, so I tried to get it back. Yeah.
Well, congratulations to your winner, Yi Kamichi. And don't go away, because we've still got one more match here on centre court.
You're doing the first presentation? one. You just put
used
inside
tub.
yeah, the used one. Just put it inside the bag. Yeah.
Marvelous.
Buenas.
¿Cómo estás?
¿Qué tal? ¿Todo bien?
Muy bien. ¿Tú?
También.
¿De dónde eres?
Yeah. Yo de Portugal.
Portugal. Pero hemos coincidido tú y yo, ¿o no?
Tal vez hace algún tiempo. Ay, hace algún tiempo que no hago
¿De qué silla?
de
Ah,
silla, sí. Probable.
¿Estás esta semana, la que viene también? ¿En Wimbledon?
No, 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 solo esta.
¿Vives aquí?
No, no, no.
Ah, Portugal.
Solo, sí, en Portugal. Solo he venido aquí a los torneos. Ready?
The last match here on Court 1 today is the men's doubles between the British pairing of Ben Bartram and Danon Ward versus Daniel Caverzaschi and Shenzhou Qi. To the left of the umpire's chair, you have the two British 19-year-olds who first teamed up together in 2018 to represent GB in the junior team at the World Team Cup. Since then, they have played 25 tournaments together in both the juniors and the seniors. Both of the players have been supported by the LTA Wheelchair Tennis Performance Pathway Pro Scholarship Programme presented by Lexus. Bartram is ranked 20th and Ward is ranked 37th in the doubles rankings. To the right of the umpire's chair, you have Caverzaschi from Spain and Qi from China. They have only played one tournament together up to date so far. This was the ITF 1 clay court event in Rouen, France in May this year. They were the men's doubles finalists. Caverzaschi is the world number 4 in doubles, and Qi is ranked 14, which is a career high.
Three minutes. Two minutes.
I think it's fine. Yeah.
1 minute. Seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, Caverzaschi G won the toss and elected to serve. End of warm-up.
I think one of those, the newer one is ours.
There's also one in the back left corner over there. It's kind of
No, there's one, the other one. Yeah, there's no one. Is that outside?
yeah, it's just on the over there, over the fence.
Back to centre court here at the Lexus British Open Roehampton. Final match coming up. Ben Bartram and Dannon Ward, the Brits, taking on the Spanish and Chinese partnership. And it's Zhen Zhuji to kick us off.
Low 15.
What are you hoping to see in this one? Anna's, we haven't seen a doubles match on this court so far this week, so the first of its kind. But yeah, be interesting to see how the Brits fare against a top pairing in Caverzaschi and G.
I think there's going to be a lot of energy brought to the court, especially by the British pairing. The doubles is always such a fast-paced game, isn't it? The players throwing themselves around the court, finding all the angles, finishing with some nice volleys.
I mean,
30-15.
I mentioned Caverzaschi and Gia are top pairing. I mean, they're both great players individually. They actually haven't played a whole lot together. Only the one tournament so far they've put together, reached the final. So they are a top pair, even though they haven't actually played too much together.
Let for service. For 15.
Ward and Bartram, however, are a pair that have played a lot together.
The volley was there.
Yeah.
40-30.
One thing I love about watching these guys on the court is just the communication that they have. They're so clear and so decisive when they make the call.
But out. Yes.
Yeah, arguably have to be even more communicative in wheelchair tennis than able-bodied tennis, because, you know, a slight bit of miscommunication and you're in the wrong place, there's almost no chance of regaining that that position on the court that you need.
Advantage G.
Yeah, and obviously slightly harder to change direction as well. So that's why they're so vocal about it. These guys know exactly who's going to take which ball, what positions they need to cover.
Out. Game. Caverzaschi G.
So opening
First
game
game.
goes the way of G. Caverzaschi. Yeah, across junior and senior events, Bartram and Ward played together in both. 25 tournaments together they've racked up. How important is the history in a partnership? It's difficult coming into big events having never played with each other.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that, but I think also sometimes, how often do we see those scratch pairings come together and all of a sudden they tear it up and have amazing results. So I think sometimes, obviously, you talk about building a relationship, and then other times you just find that chemistry instantly with a partner.
Yeah,
I mean, a scratch pairing in May, G and Caverzaschi got to the final. So I mean, yeah, there's the example.
And sometimes it's not only about, the personalities of each player and whether they gel. I think it's also obviously the game style as well. Sometimes you find someone that you just naturally fit really well with and fit easily.
Fold. Thirty 15.
Brilliant shot down the middle.
40 15.
That was one of the things I was taught, was try never to get done down the middle. Always cover that part. That's an area where I guess communication is key and knowing who's going to get there. But that was a terrific shot by the Brits.
Out.
And it's one of the harder shots though as well, is when you've been pulled out wide and then you're both sort of trying to cover back down the middle of the court. You just haven't got time. But that's why you see in the wheelchair doubles that you use angles so much to create those spaces. These guys are just so quick around the court, so it's not easy to work it and like I said, find the space to hit those winners.
Fold. Out. Love 15.
Round the net post from Caverzaschi.
15.
Thought it would be a winner, but Ward was there and finished off nicely by G.
30-15.
Bartram and Ward still only 19 years of age, but we already reached the second round of a Paralympics, which is a pretty amazing achievement, even to take part in one, let alone win a round.
And as a pairing, I'm sure they're going to go from
40-15.
strength to strength as well. They've got huge role models, haven't they, in Alfie Hewett and Gordon Reed, and all of the successes that they've had.
Out. Game. Caverzaschi
Incredible
G.
point. All four
By
players
2
everywhere.
games to 1.
But it is Caverzaschi and G who regain the lead, 2 games to 1.
Time. Dan and Ward to serve. Full. Out. 59. Full. Let second service. Fifteen all.
Oof. Don't know if that took a dodgy bounce or not,
30,
if it was
15.
just mistimed from the Spaniard.
We've all hit one like that, haven't we?
Yeah, yeah.
Let
I
replay point.
thought we'll replay that one. One of the balls just falling out
30,
of the
15.
pocket of Ward. That's going to fall short for sure.
30 all.
Bartram, as quick as he is, not going to be able to track it down.
And it wasn't a bad serve either, was it?
Yeah, right into the body.
Almost just had to shovel it over. Turned out to be a great drop shot.
Big ball striker
30-40.
is Zhen Zhuji. Got the break. 3 games to 1. Got ahead of myself. Not just yet.
Premonition.
I can see the future, I think.
Should do the lottery tonight.
Out. Game. Caverzaschi
You
G.
did get it right.
Lead by
Yeah, I
3
knew it.
games to 1.
Caverzaschi had my back. But a good early break for those two. What a shot.
Fantastic hand skills there
Low
from
15.
Bartram. He'd read what the Spaniard was going to do. He was already on the move. And you could just see that angle. Short cross court opening up for him. Played it to perfection.
Low 30. Out. 15-30.
Such a good forehand from Ji.
30 all.
Incredible.
Dan and Ward almost came out of his chair trying to get that one.
It's round the corner from me.
Both wheels popped off the floor. He just threw himself at the ball.
That's brilliant stuff from Caverzaschi and Ji. Really working well together at the moment.
Out. Game.
Yeah, and they're
Caverzaschi G.
playing like a team who have
by
played together
4
for years.
games to 1.
You wouldn't have thought that it's just their second tournament as a pair. But it's Caverzaschi and Ji who take the lead 4 games to 1. It's so tough to get past these two right now. They are
Love
everywhere,
15.
playing such good doubles.
And they're the aggressors out here. Ward and Bartram just on the back foot. They seem to just have that little bit more firepower.
Oh, it's a huge forehand clapped on by the LTA coaches. A few more LTA shirts around in this one, supporting their boys, Dan and Ben.
Put. Out. 30-15. Full. Out. 40-15.
Fairly routine return of serve missed. But they're still trying to look to put the pressure on.
That's heavy ball striking from the
Bartram
Brits.
Ward.
Working well together there,
Preamble
almost
lead by 4
Ward
games
following
to 2.
suit in the way that Bartram was starting to strike a couple of those forehands. It's a good hold of serve.
Fifth enough.
You can just hear the intensity as well, can't you, from the Spaniard? He's really throwing everything into these forehands.
Great hands from Caverzaschi.
30 love.
Changing up his aggression for a nice soft touch.
Full.
Oh, same spot, but a lot more spin on that one. This time from G. Look at the way he comes on the inside of the ball. Wow, that was impressive.
Really silky hands there. And what impresses me about all of these players is they know exactly the shot that they want to hit. They know where the space is on the court.
Game. Caverzaschi G. New balls, please. Caverzaschi G
Well,
lead by
it's
5
certainly
games.
Caverzaschi and G who will be the happier so far in this match, but the Brits have been holding their own. But it is Caverzaschi and G who, just a game away now, have taken the first.
Umpire.
Time.
Umpire. Sorry. Sorry. Do we need more extra umbrellas because that's you sure?
Fault. Law 15. Fault. Law 30. Out.
Just too much on the lob.
Law 40.
And it's been a dominant set from Caverzaschi and G. Presented with 3 break points and 3 set points, more importantly.
Left. Second service. Game. And first
Yeah,
set.
it's a tough way to
Caverzaschi
end a
G
set that was
by 6 games to 2.
very well competed by both pairs. By no means was it one-sided. I feel like 6-2. The scoreline doesn't really show how that set went. I thought it was pretty competitive.
Yeah, I felt that too. As you said, 6-2, not really a fair summary of what the British pair put out on the court, but ultimately I think maybe just a little bit of experience was what told. And you look at the Chinese-Spanish pairing, their first serve percentage was higher, and that is such a crucial part of the game on grass. A few too many double faults from Bartram and Ward, but again, you look at the first serve points won, they only lost 2 points behind the first serve Caverzaschi and G. Those are big numbers to be putting up. Didn't face a break point either.
And almost half of return points won off the first serve, which is pretty impressive. So they're obviously seeing it well off the return as well as the serve.
That's also what they're doing with the returns as well. I think it's just been relentless aggression from the pair.
Time.
Haven't really given away any free points, and they've also used the drop shots really nicely as well, come forward when they've needed to. And just played a little bit smarter, maybe, I think,
Second set,
than the
G
British
Gen
pair,
to
but
serve.
they are by no means out of this at all. They need a good start here, though, in this opening couple of games of the second set.
Out. Low 15.
And one thing you do know about the British pair is they're not going to lack energy. If you were just to look at their body language, you wouldn't be able to tell whether they'd won or lost the first set. They've been very positive throughout.
Out.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, both pairs very quick in the changeover. I don't think we used a minute and a half there. So both pairs wanting to get on, but also positive.
Fault.
Impressive from the Brits despite going down 6-2. Did so well, Ben Bartram, to get that ball back into play off the Caverzaschi forehand, then found the backhand of the Spaniard, which was even more impressive. Big roar from Bartram after that effort.
Fault.
So much spin being used, it was
15,
almost like
40.
a trick shot.
I mean, it's crazy when you just sat here watching them and the angles of the racket. Sometimes you almost feel like they're hitting it with the wrong side of the racket, and Bartram almost crashed into the side fence. That's why the crowd love watching the doubles event.
Game. Bartram Wood.
Well then, an early break
First game.
for the
Second set.
Brits. What a start. Like you said, that positivity, despite losing the first set, paying dividends.
That was always the one piece of advice that really stuck out in my mind from coaches when I was younger, was that especially in doubles you can get so far by just having good positivity with your partner and good body language. Even if things aren't going your way, that's the one thing that you can control.
Yeah, there's a lot of
Low
of
15.
uncontrollable things in tennis. So the few things you can control, it's important to be able to hold on to, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. And as you say, it's a sport that you have so many different factors that can go against you. But what you can control is your reactions, your body language.
Out. 30-15.
Makes it a lot easier when you do have a partner there supporting you as well,
Yeah.
rather than just being on your own on the court.
Fault.
Yeah, imagine those two in Bartram and Ward will be very close as well. Obviously competed for GB together, competed in Paralympics and World Team Cups. You know, they would have created a very strong bond, I would have thought.
Out. 40-30.
And that bond does help as well, you know, because some days you're going to be feeling great and you're going to have to support your partner, and then some days your partner's not going to be feeling it quite so much. Then you've got to step up. It's about understanding each other as a partnership.
Game. Bartram Ward.
What a start this is from the Brits. Great response after going down by losing the opening set. Early evening here, getting towards the middle of the evening at Roehampton. The stun still firmly out, but the Brits shining in this second set.
And we did say it didn't feel like they were too far away in that opening set. And they've proven us right. They've got this momentum and a little bit of an opening here on the Spaniards' serve.
Oh, the applause comes from the stands, and rightly so. What a shot. I think it was from Bartram in the end. No, I'm wrong. It was from Ward. They switched around so much in that point, and I got lost. Incredible. Ah, these guys are on fire. Such good hands and ball control from Bartram to block that smash back from Caverzaschi. Almost landed on the baseline. Perfect depth. And then Ward is there just to follow up with a huge forehand.
Fifteen 40. Thirty 40.
Oh, great serve.
You can see from our position exactly what was coming.
Yeah.
Executed to perfection.
Out.
Just put it long. Did so well again to get there. It's just really good sprint up to the net. Look at the determination on the Spaniard's face.
And then the reaction as well when he missed, hand over his mouth, couldn't
Yeah.
believe it.
Juice.
Responds well. You'd think ideally they want to stay away from a championship tiebreak to the Spaniard and Chinese pairing. That's just so unknown what can happen in those 10-point
Advantage,
tiebreaks.
Bartram.
The thing is, with those tie breaks, you do have a little bit more time than you think. But
Right.
because it obviously is a
Yeah.
tie break, you think, oh,
You rush it.
yeah, it's going close, but you've got to win a lot of points.
Mm.
Out.
In fairness, I did
Yes.
always hate a championship tie break. So I do understand that they would want to get the job done in straight sets.
Advantage, Caverzaschi.
Great shot
Game.
from G.
Caverzaschi, G.
Fight off a few break
From
points
Warren,
there. It's a
lead by
really,
2,
really good
games
hold.
1.
Just a reminder, player restaurant will be closing
Kawasatsky and G
at 7:15. At the
with a
same
very,
time,
very
that's bus
good effort there. 2-1 the Brits lead in the second.
departing 7:15. Thank you.
Time. Fault. Fifteen love. Out. 15 all.
Yeah, so tough when
15-13.
Kawasatsky just gets it up high on the backhand of Bartram and Ward. Obviously both righties, so wherever he goes, Kawasatsky cross court with the forehand is likely to get a backhand of one of the Brits.
was the first real sign of a little bit of miscommunication. Didn't really look like they knew who was going to go for the ball.
Fault.
Well dealt with
40-30.
from Bartram. Seen that drop shot return quite a few times today.
You can understand why as well, can't you? It's such an effective shot.
Yeah, it's worked like 90% of the time.
Fault. Out.
Such a good exchange from the baseline from all four. Great striking.
Advantage.
It's a shame it
Caverzaschi.
had to end in an error, but break point.
Game. Caverzaschi G.
Very well done indeed.
2 games all.
Caverzaschi and G fighting back in the second. Early on still. All tied at 2 games all.
Out.
Yeah, I feel a bit of a sense of
Second
urgency from those two down the far end, Caverzaschi and G. I don't know if you feel that too. I just feel like now they're back level. It's just right. Can we crack on in this set and get this done in straights?
Yeah, maybe slight drop in intensity as well from the British pair.
Fault.
They're coming out with some great tennis, aren't they? As
Very
I
long.
mentioned earlier, you know, so much of doubles is about energy, but it's so hard to maintain those levels throughout a whole 3-set match. You are going to have those ebbs and flows.
backhands from G.
40 love.
Where's that come from? Hasn't hit one of those for a while. Finds it. Great time to do it too. Sets up a few game points to get them back out in front. Absolutely outrageous angle. Caverzaschi. What a game from these two. Fist pump to finish. Up they go. 3-2. Second set.
Time. Love 15.
Gain some momentum now. G. Caverzaschi.
Oh.
5 points on the trot now.
Love 30. Love 40.
And this is dangerous time as well, where it could really slip away from the British pair. Big points here.
This is the announcement. The last bus to the Julius Hotel will be departing in 5 minutes. The last bus to the Julius Hotel will be departing in 5 minutes.
Yeah, nicely watched.
15,
From Dan
40.
and Ward.
Out. 30, 40.
Two saved. One more to go. Oh, that's outrageous from G.
Caverzaschi, G.
What a
By
backhand.
4
Or was it a
games to 2.
forehand?
It was a forehand.
It's getting sunny out here.
Yeah, no, he ripped a forehand. He was already on the move though. Saw Dan and Ward getting up to the ball, knew that it was going cross court. He'd made his move, lined it up to perfection. And they're edging closer to that winning line.
That's an awesome pass. That was a backhand.
Yeah, that one was. They got a little bit lucky. Caverzaschi just came off the top of the net cord, gave him a little bit of extra time than he might not have had.
Oh, awesome from the Spaniard. Great first volley. Controlled it so well, and perhaps even more impressive, the finish.
They seem to be everywhere at the moment, don't they? There's just no space on the court for the British pair to hit into. They've really caught fire since being 2-love down. Almost surprised he didn't make that one as well. They've barely missed in these last 15 minutes or so.
For 15. Fault. Out.
Just a little too much on that one from G. Again, yeah, it's surprising when they miss now, just because they've been looking so confident on every shot, no matter how hard they've been challenged by the Brits.
Fault.
He's frustrated with himself as well. Had that volley where he wanted it. His partner had done really well to defend, to get them back in the point.
Great return, great follow-up as well by Bartram.
Vantage, Bartram.
Set his sights on that down the middle forehand and just perfect. Fought it off well.
A little bit of a wry smile as well, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It's almost third time lucky putting it away. Maybe should have done the job with that first smash, but again, the defensive skills on show from the British pair.
Not enough from Caverzaschi. Bartram is now the one who's everywhere. Forehand's got so much pace on it. Really feeling it. Yeah. Just incredible. I was really thinking the Brits, how much they were feeling it out there, and they're the ones dominating. And Caverzaschi just comes up with an outrageous drop shot.
And you knew from the moment it came off his strings that
Yeah.
they were not going to be anywhere near the ball.
Vantage, Bartram. Pop. Game.
I can't believe it.
Bartram won.
It's just so
Caverzaschi
unknown what
lead
is
by
going to
4
happen today.
games
Every
to 3.
match has just been, you know, going against the way you would have thought. You know, predictions, chuck them out the window. Because the Brits, having looked down and out, fought back and now back on serve.
Time. Pop.
That's incredible. Credit to the Brits. They're playing some amazing tennis at the moment. Very good period for these two. Really knuckling down, especially on the forehand side. So dominant.
Let for service.
And the
Very
British
long.
pair have really shown a lot of resilience in this second set. You said it before, it felt like they were almost down and out, but they've just found something. They've gritted their teeth, they're sticking in.
Let for service. 30-15. Fault.
Thought it had gone over.
30-all.
Nearly 2 points in a row. Get a net cord. Dribbling ball goes over, but not that time. It comes back on the wrong side of the net for Ben Bartram. And a very big point, this one.
Fault.
That's unfortunate. It just was an awkward bounce, and just Bartram just got a little too far away from it.
They were in control of the point as well, weren't they?
Yeah.
Just died on him.
Game. Caverzaschi AG. New balls please.
I mean, if Bartram had managed to find a way to
Caverzaschi
find the
AG
strings
lead by
off that
5
ball that
games
was
to 3.
incoming from, I think it was G, that would have been an incredible reflex volley. But very difficult to do. And G finds the gap, finds the space. Now just a game away from taking out a heartened British team.
Out. 15 off.
Bartram very frustrated with himself. Maybe they can feel it just starting to get away from them finally. Been so strong mentally, these guys.
Oh.
Great pass from the Spaniard.
30 love.
Saw the gap.
It's almost a bit of a bluff as well, wasn't it, that approach?
Yeah.
Just didn't quite do enough with it. Just wanted to put at least a bit of pressure on the passing shot. Made it fairly comfortably though. And as you said, it's just slipping away.
Oh. Fault. 30-15. 40-15.
It does just go long. Didn't miss by far. But it's Caverzaschi and G with 2 match points.
Game.
Well,
Set a
what
match.
a way to
Caverzaschi.
finish. Caverzaschi
2
with
sets to love,
an
6-2,
incredibly
6-3.
good forehand volley to guide it past Bartram. And just in their second tournament together, they reached the final in the first. Can they go all the way in this one here? Caverzaschi and G take out Bartram and Ward. 6-2, 6-3. Very good performance to finish off the day, Anna.
It was a very high quality match from both players, but ultimately G and Caverzaschi just had a little bit too much quality, maybe a little bit too much experience for the British pair, but they really put on a good show and they've got so much potential, but it just wasn't quite enough to get them over the finish line.
Well, another brilliant day for the Brits. Unfortunately, it's just falling short in the final match, but nonetheless, still plenty of British action for the rest of the week here at the Lexus British Open Roehampton.
Let's hear it again for all the
winners of the
players
final
this
match.
evening. So congrats to both of you. What do you think helped get the win for you both today?
Obviously, it's very tricky. The two Brits are playing very well. They know each other. They know the grass. For me and Zenju, it's still relatively new, but I think we both played very well. There were moments where they were playing better, the moments where we went down a little bit, but in the end, we put it together and we managed to get an important win.
Now, as you mentioned, you've not played together long, but it seems it's going really quite successfully. What makes you work well as a team?
Well, it's not Zenju's English, that's for sure. No, but even though obviously the language vary a little bit, I think we understand each other very well. It's our second time playing together. We like to play with each other. A lot of smiles, a lot of so that's important. Good energy, and I think we also complement each other quite well.
And just finally, you play another double British pairing tomorrow, who are the #1 seeds. How will you prepare for that match?
Well, we won against 2 British today, so why not tomorrow? Easy peasy. No, obviously they're the #1 pair in the world. Amazing, their history, what they've achieved, what they're achieving. So we're gonna have to play very well, but we're here to play against the best. So let's do it.
Well, congrats again to your winners, Danny Caverzaschi and Shenzhou Chi.
Well, that's right. Up next for these two is the formidable Alfie Hewett and Gordon Reid. So all that to come tomorrow in day 5 of the Lexus British Open Roehampton. But for day 4, thanks very much for joining us and see you tomorrow.